Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Gamedev live stream Insignia edition. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course. And, it is what it is, just chipping away at the game. I've been working very hard this morning to refactor some effect systems, just making it possible for accessories that are equipped on the player to affect base stats of the player hitboxes, which is there's a lot in there, but it's the way that it is. It's quite complicated and just sort of tweaking an older system to allow for some quite precise value tweaking. So it's good. Basically, like the example would be you're wearing this ring, it gives you armor. So when you get hit with this hitbox on this animation frame, instead of that taking this much damage, it takes this much damage. So let me, there's a bit of light coming through. We don't like that. There we go. Cool. So, I'm feeling a little jittery today. I think I didn't really get as much sleep as I wanted to, but that's life. Just been a bit like, getting over this cold, and it's kind of like a lot of stuffy nose stuff that's just distracting. But I've been pretty productive nonetheless. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Big thank you to Green Luigi Chartle. Welcome. And on YouTube, we've got Kick Asterisk. We've got Rufy and Cedric. Welcome. More people. Oh no, we've also got N.Sands. Hey, I'm Motive. Hey, Enchanted Cloud. Would recommend somebody getting into coding C# for games. If you're going to be using Unity, then yeah, definitely. Even Godot supports C#, so yeah, for sure. Yeah, just getting over this cold. It's like my nose isn't like running, but like it's just, it's the stuff in there, up and around. All right. So today we're working on the Insignia demo, and I can show you kind of what the results of what I've been working on are. So basically, the idea is I've got an item here. That item is a determination band. So we pick that up. Go into the thing here. We'll grab that band. Now it's equipped. We can see it here. That's the symbol for the determination effect. When we take damage, watch up here. It procs, so now it's active, and when we take damage the second time, it's less. We took half the damage that time, and half that time. So while the effect is on, if you take damage within 10 seconds of previously taking damage, you take half the second time. So it's a pretty good buff. I'll probably have to nerf it at some point. But it works, which is great. And to prove that it works, if we take damage from one of these guys now, hopefully... Actually, I don't know. It should. Yeah, I'll actually have to test that right now, just to make sure. All right, determination effect. Let's see. So it took full damage, half damage that time. Half damage. If I wait, we'll be taking half, taking half, taking half. 7, 8, 9, 10. Half, that's a little late. Okay, now we're definitely... What? Okay. Okay, effect active. Time at last hit is less than duration. That'll do it. So we'll take full damage. Very good. Second time. That's full damage too. That's very bad. Okay, now why is that wrong? Hey, Kick Asterisk. Wow! That's a huge, huge, huge donation on YouTube of 100, a super chat of $100. Wow. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Kick Asterisk says, you've inspired me to, if nothing else, be more creative. Your videos on YouTube have been very helpful. If I don't accomplish the goals I'm setting for myself, I'm grateful to have tried something new and learned pixel art along the way. Thank you so much. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with having goals that you set that don't get met, as long as you're finding that you're improving and you're learning, because setting goals is a skill. And the more you keep doing what you do, the better at setting goals you'll get. So don't weigh yourself, don't judge yourself against how good you were at achieving the goals you set. Instead, just measure how much you learned and what you gained. So I think you're already doing that, which is awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so if the time of that is less than duration, that all seems pretty reasonable to me. Time minus time at last hit. Let's have a look to see if we're actually setting a value. That would be another way we could... that's why. It's literally 0. Okay, well. Let's try again. So that's all half damage. Let's see if we can... Now we would take full. But I'm not sure we did take full damage that time. On that first hit. The thing is, it can't change it after the fact. If you've taken the damage, you've taken the damage. Let's see it here. Cool. Quite good. I think it does work. Okay. So, what are we going to do today? Can I give you some game dev advice for a 2D platformer? Think about what your levels are built around. What is the core mechanic of the game? What is the core mechanic of the game that your levels what are the core mechanics of the game, and build your levels around them. That's it. Thank you, Garm. Okay, so let's figure out what the next thing is. We're pretty much now at a place where I need to start chipping away at this. It doesn't really matter what. Hey, Gentai. Doesn't really matter what we work on. We just need to work on stuff. I think, anyway. The Mugger's Ring. Is that in the game right now? I believe it is. I think it's done, actually. I think I did that earlier today. Yeah. Okay, that's good. There is a second wind ability that we were thinking about. Some of these are quite powerful. It would have to be, I don't know what we would do with second wind. Like a helmet or something almost. Any suggestion? Look, I think with units, I was thinking about this yesterday actually. It can be really tricky for game developers to think about on what basis their game design is placed in a scene. You know, if you didn't have an editor at all, you'd probably place things on a grid. You'd give them indices, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 1, 1, and you would just place things on a big game board. I think what's important is to understand, like, you kind of need to think about the game as a few different layers. One of them is the board game of your isometric thing, and you can build the gameplay on that grid. But things like units is more for free placement of assets and stuff like that. So unfortunately, like, spaces is actually a really interesting and unintuitive skill that game developers build that developers don't typically. Screen space versus world space versus like canvas space, all of these things are like, you can learn it and it gets easier. But even a couple of months ago when I was in LA working with with the Primogen, they spent a day trying to figure out conversion of spaces. And honestly, like, logically, intellectually, mathematically, it's not complicated. You're just multiplying one thing by another thing to get from one to the other. But in terms of like strategic kind of architecture of how you build a level, it takes time to get to that point where you intuitively know, oh, this is canvas space, or this is world space, or this doesn't need to be defined in world space. This should be defined in screen space, you know. So it's just a skill you have to learn, and it takes time. So this isn't Trello, this is Figma. And Figma is just a UI design app. And I've built a Trello-like layout inside of it. But in and of itself, it's not a productivity app. Okay, so let's tackle all the orange things first. That's what we should be doing. So, mini boss fight with Hunden. Yeah, that's probably important. Let's pop this in here. I don't actually know how to do this, if I'm being honest. It's a task that I have not set. I don't have like a good workflow for. So the idea here is that we would play some music in this scene. And I've got an FMOD state track. if I add an FMOD state clip, I guess I could just play an event. In this case, it would be like, I think it's Orinstead, the town of Orinstead in state 2, I think is his theme, and this is music. I mean, maybe that's enough. We're gonna have to turn off the stream music to hear it. I've been working on this game a long time. This is the 9th year. We've spent 8 years working on this game. On and off, obviously, and with other stuff in between. I'm in the wrong state. Let's start over here. Ooh, that took a long time. I built Scene Graph. It's custom for this project. Okay, that was pretty good. Pretty good, except I thought that the music in this transition took a long time to kick in, and I'm not quite sure why that is, because, I mean, it's there. I guess you could say... The cutscene doesn't technically start until Armin's ready to do that. But it's a pretty big rectangle, so he's probably in there straight away. It's not an MP4. No, we've got an FMOD solution that's handling the cross fading of tracks. What's happening here is it's like this. You've got the scene music. And there's a transition happening from the previous scene into the current scene. So there's a crossfade that's already happening to get from one to the other. And then in this scene, there is a cut scene that's playing right now. It's just like an immediate cutscene begins. And the cutscene inside of it has music as well. So there's music here. There's music that we're just leaving. And then there's this music, which is playing at the start of the cutscene. And there's also a crossfade between this and this that needs to happen. So it's two crossfades happening at the same time. Or maybe they're queued. I don't really know how it's resolving it in FMOD, but it feels like a really big delay because we're kind of, trying to do a lot in a short amount of time. That was my takeaway. We can listen to it again and just see how long that is. And we can, it's possible to prime FMOD and connect it to Unity and watch it play out in real time. But I might leave this with the team. I might leave this with Squiggy. Oh, hey, Squig. Here you are. Yeah. So like 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. There's also, I should be really clear, it actually could be the event. I think you're actually right. Yeah. There's the crossfade of this. So we're leaving a scene, there's a crossfade. We're entering into the cutscene, there's a crossfade. But then there's also the fact that the event mod, the FMOD event, has multiple tracks in it. And they're tied to a parameter, which goes from 0 to 3. And I'm trying to initialize this in 2. But if by default our system starts it at 0 and then crossfades over to 2, there is an additional crossfade here. And this is totally dependent on how Morgan set that up. This might have like quite a long crossfade in it to get from the previous scene to the next one. So there's probably something there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So maybe we can do, I don't know what we can do, but if you want to research that and just see if there's something we can fix there, I don't know. I'm not going to change it because from a timeline perspective, it actually looks right to me. Like I wouldn't expect to use it any differently to how it's already designed right now. So like looking here, like, you know, putting the timeline to start at the start of the timeline, putting the music to start at the start of the timeline feels like it should basically fade into the correct state immediately. But I would tolerate a second of crossfade if it's like because we're waiting for the scene music to transition out or whatever. But I probably wouldn't want to have another 2 seconds on top of that, or 3 in this case. So this might be we need a custom track for this, not part of the event for Orinstead, or it could be that we define some behavior that lets us get out of this a bit faster somehow. It might be easiest just to like chuck in another track. In fact, yeah, I think if I was in, like, I think Morgan putting this music inside of the Orinstead event might even be not worth it in the first place. I think she's mostly done that because there's a scene that takes place in this town, and every other scene that takes place in this town just modulates the town theme. So I think she's just thought of this as like, well, we'll modulate the town theme into this other music track. And I guess when you leave this, the town theme resumes where it left off. But if it reset, that wouldn't bother me either. So to have it be in a separate event probably is no big deal. I'm just going to say that I put it in and it's done. And then we'll just, I guess, put that on a to-do list for some other time, or I'll raise it with Morgan another time. Maybe I'll put it. Okay, let's play the stream music. Yeah, separate cutscene track is an easy step. All right. Let's do this boss fight. Now, I did not anticipate ever putting myself in a position where I'd need to build these. But what this is a mini boss fight that is equivalent to the overworld boss fights in Elden Ring. That's what this system feature thing is. It's that there is, oh, hey, Public Static, welcome. 50 months, Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. It's that, we have the overworld or running around doing stuff, and there happens to be an enemy in this scene that shows up sometimes or in a specific context. And when you fight that enemy, a boss health bar comes up and their name shows up. That's the idea behind this. So this is like, lets me just do random not random, but non end of chapter mini boss fights wherever I want them to be. So that's here. And I think if we go to the engine and then late demo progress, that's already going to be ready. So we can kind of I think we can just show up. Okay, so like now we come across here. And right now he just fights us and we don't see his health bar or anything like that. If we attack him, it shows up. And now we're in the boss fight. But I'd like this to be yeah, I think I would like this to be a little bit more cinematic. And I might lock the player in and I might play some music and just have it be like a bit more, what's the word? Of a set piece. In order to do that, at least a cutscene would have to start, I think. And I'd like to put some walls up during, like maybe the cutscene enables some walls or something like that. I don't really want the player to be able to run away. I use Figma to organize my time. I think he'll say something too. They're as a writer of the game, in the past, I had a couple of scenes where the player could stumble into some Hunden that are sort of loitering around the town. That scene doesn't exist anymore, but it could, well, it technically exists back here. I'm not sure what the criteria is to trigger the cutscene, but it's pretty Easter eggy at this point because you'd have to run all the way back after doing this section, I think, to trigger that cutscene. So you'd have to go back into the town and then stand around in the forest ruins. So not sure about that, but yo, thank you for the follow. Yokalov. Foul Armin. In search of the Elden Ring. I see thee, Armin. Old ring. Not bad. So, yeah, like this fight's a little bit... Hey, Dog Scholar. Put these foolish ambitions to rest. Yeah. Good old Morgoth. Oh, okay. We're talking it as Morgoth for the next 5 minutes. Hey, Billalinchi. We might be able to. Yeah, if not today, tomorrow. If not today, tomorrow. So here we are, developing our very own game. Could the miniboss conjure a flame wall on each side to make it easy to trap the player? There is, of course, a question here as to how we would block the player. Whether simply implied block by placing invisible geometry and locking the camera in, or perhaps taking another approach. I think an implicit solution will do just fine. Enchanted Cloud asks a question. Games like Terraria, how big are their backgrounds? I've not played Terraria, but we can have a look. Surely. So, observe the backgrounds of the game Terraria. They appear to loop. Perhaps they are one screen in size. But of course, with any background, having various layers at various sizes allows for novelty, even without a huge size. I do hope that answers your question. I don't know how to speak as Morgoth outside of Morgoth's lines. Hey, Dog Scholar. My goal right now, finish this demo so I can send it to some publishers. I've got some meetings lined up, so I gotta get cracking. You're very welcome. Smoldering. John Ubisoft with the flame of ambition. Walls. Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for the 4. Yeah, so basically like you'd have like one part of the background that tiles. It's like how I do it in my game. Same sort of thing. Let me explain it really quickly. So I've got layers to this. And you can see like this layer, and it moves slower than that layer. Well, it moves, slower than that layer, which moves slower than that layer, which moves slower than that layer. Or vice versa, depending on which perspective you want to take. But the idea is that you can have lots of different assets that sort of feel like they're part of the background, even if they're sort of, moving at different speeds. And you get like a variety of different views in the background as you're moving. So like, I don't have clouds, but like imagine if you had clouds moving a certain distance across. Like from my background's actually quite static, mostly because of how mostly because this scene was designed with one big background that moves very slowly. But in other parts of the game, I would do I often have, like in this section, you can see here, this is very different, right? We've got like trees that show up and loop, and the stuff in the foreground loops very quickly, and the stuff in the background's looping very slowly. So you can create a lot of variety. I mean, this doesn't have a lot of variety, but you could create a lot of variety. Imagine if I had like a small mountain that was about this big, that just looped slowly off that way and then came back in this way. You could have like, you could feel like, oh, we're going past the mountain, and then here comes another one. Relatively cheaply. It doesn't have to be part of the one giant sprite, Hey, Dog Scholar. Do you know, I had a very interesting conversation with a publisher that publishes games like that. The publisher that made Planet of Lana. I think right now, the way things are in the industry is those kinds of games are just hard to justify spending money on for publishers. I think they're all great games. I just think there's a hesitation to publish them. I mean, scene size isn't really a thing. Like I don't really have scenes that are of a size. I just have assets in the scene. Do you mean backgrounds? Like assets? Because I don't draw. This isn't one like sprite, right? This is a tile set. So like this isn't one image that's this big. The biggest asset in this scene is the watchtower, which is $320 by $600. Okay. So let's keep going. I'm going to focus for a bit. There's kind of a distinction here between toggling the Hunden on versus toggling the walls. I guess I would want him to rock up and do whatever he does, and then the walls get enabled. So the walls are sort of part of a separate thing. This condition toggle, what does this do? This gets all of the child game objects of the current and turns them on. So this would actually toggle him. It would toggle the walls on and off. Yeah, I was trying to say about those games. The reason why those games stopped is it's just harder to market them. And they have to be very, very, very good to make a return on the investment. They don't organically pick up traffic, I don't think. and they typically have a release pattern that looks like this, where like this is the release date and then this is the sales over time. Whereas a game like Inscription or Balatro would look like this after release. So like the most people playing Balatro happened, you know, weeks and months after the game came out, because people are playing that game for a long period of time and telling their friends about it. So there's more of a stacking that happens. Whereas when you play a story-based game, you sort of play it and then you stop playing it and then you just never touch it again. And then, you know, maybe if it's like a cult classic, you'll play it again and again. Maybe if it's really, really good, there'll be like a speedrunning community that comes up around it, and that will create that stacking that creates that, you know, whatever, like Hollow Knight or Celeste or whatever. But in most games, you know, like even Expedition 33 would have this release pattern. The game comes out, we all play it, and then like 6 months from now, no one's talking about Expedition 33. That's usually what happens with story-based games. So, I guess I have to think really quickly about that's right, Kick Asterisk. I would agree with you on that. I guess I want to think about what I want to do with this. So what do I want to do with it? One is like, there's something of like creates a natural midpoint of the dungeon experience, which is good. I do update pretty frequently, to be honest with you. Like if I never updated, this project would be on Unity 5. So I do update. I haven't gone all the way to 6 because I think there are some breaking changes, but I'm on 2023, I think almost. No, 2022.3. Creates a natural midpoint of dungeon experience. Demonstrates cool new enemy. It's a opportunity for player to use ensigns. That's great. Good, good, good. But then there's the challenge. Of, does this change the plot? How do we justify Armin having fought a Hunden here? Tough. I think there needs to be a good reason. The fight feels like a really good opportunity, but I don't know how. I mean, even the Martin stuff is like, how does this make sense in the plot? Why doesn't Armin mention that there are all these little weasel guys underneath the watchtower? Not the watchtower, the excavation site. I think small gameplay focused games are a good way to start, for sure. Yeah. Just from a personal experience, kind of like building your own skill set and business and understanding what makes games work. I think that's a nice way to think about it. Telling a story is kind of like a separate endeavor using games, you know what I mean? Whereas making a game is kind of a little bit simpler. They both require a lot of understanding of tension and storytelling in a sense, but doing it on just one level, the gameplay level, is I think a bit more straightforward. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to like figure out how to work around a story continuity issue, which just wouldn't exist if I didn't have a story in the game. This kind of butts into this part of the game right now. It's not really. Like, the situation is, we're in a good spot for a boss fight. But there's a moment here that I want to play on that's a bit more pensive. That's like a kind of like a... We're on our own. We've walked away from the town. We're going up to our father's, you know, to this archive to find the journal that our father left for us, blah, blah, blah. That's all good and well. But the sentimentality of that moment is dependent on, well, the context around it. And in the context, we've just fought this, like, in this proposal, we've just fought this, like, really powerful, you know, wolf guy. Why is that? Is that really what Armin would be feeling in this moment if that just happened? Is it an authentic thing, or is it just a thing that I created for the plot? It feels too much. The Hunden is an enemy type, but there are characters of that same race as well. So like sometimes you fight them, sometimes they talk. It's both. There are like main characters that are also part of the Hunden sort of species and civilization as well. The other thing I was considering, yeah, the problem is that you don't return to the bridge. Getting the diary is like the end of the chapter, and you never come back for a long, long time. So you either fight him or you don't. I was thinking it could be optional, but that changes quite a lot. The alternative would be, I have this, there's kind of like a little bit of a value of this character here, Leopold. I wanted to involve him a little bit more in the chapter, but I think adding exposition in this space also is complicated. It looks like me a little bit. He's kind of inspired by me a little bit. He's not a self-insert, but he's kind of, the look a little bit. I mean, I could make it so that you fight a Hunden in the library, but that's right before the fight with Harriet, which doesn't make sense. There's also some residual stuff that I need to sort of solve here with the bridge in general, because the bridge gets cut out by the Marten. In my mind, the idea why they do that is to stop you from crossing it, or people from crossing it, and then later they're gonna let the Hunden cross it. But if it was gonna be open today anyway, why did they need to close it in the first place? It could even be that Armin is accidentally almost helping them by fixing it. Could he have the diary with him? Absolutely not. No. I don't think that makes any sense. Because where would he have gotten it? No, instead I think it's something like, I think Armin has to open up the bridge. I don't like there's too much plot. There's too many plot elements here. I like the idea of Armin needing to come back here and fixing the bridge. That's fine. That's all good. He clears out the Marten. That's fine. When he gets here, there's a Hunden waiting for him. That's fine too. It's just, it's a lot of combat for something that's supposed to be quite, whatever. And the alternative would be, oh, why don't you fight him before you get to the bridge so that you can fight him for the switch? But now I would need like a boss fight area here to do that. And I don't really want to do that. I like where it's at. No, the Hunden and the Marten are working together at the moment because the Hunden want control over the bridge. The control that they want is to be able to open it and close it to let them in and the humans out. That's the idea. So that they can basically freely raid the archive without worrying about reinforcements coming and stopping them. They can siege themselves in there if they want. That's the idea. So this guy is just organizing. He's kind of like setting up the sort of sabotage so that when the raid happens, hey Sable, welcome. When the raid happens, no humans are going to be able to cross the bridge. That's the idea. So so I think it's all fine. It's just, do I want there to be such a confrontation about it? That's the thing. I feel like Armin, the way I had written him originally in this chapter, was to be kind of like unwittingly bumbling his way through so that he's kind of innocent in his own mind, but maybe guilty of missing some cues that should have been more obvious if he was only a little bit more observant. Stuff like that. Basically ways for him to blame himself without him being really the one who made such a huge mistake. There's also like So my worries about Harriet and Armin is if Armin shows up at the archive at the Athenaeum and says, "I just fought all of these Martin who were guided by this Hunden to control the bridge, and there's a whole village of them underneath the Athenaeum. Why is nothing happening?" That makes Armin a very rational and logical character in the scene, in the chapter. And it makes everybody else around him look very complacent by comparison. But Armin does not have that trait. Armin's personality is he's not a whistleblowy type. He's kind of a bad Samaritan type. He's like a little bit fear-driven. So the whole chapter, it's basically him being avoidant, really, and not just avoiding conflict. He's just not conflict oriented. So I think I have to rewrite this section with the bridge in such a way that it allows there to be some plausible deniability that lets Armin not have to be quite so conflict driven. Yeah, I mean, Armin would probably not mention it too much. He would maybe reference that he's had a hard day, but he wouldn't be like, "What's going on here?" Does Armin die at the end of the game? Oh, I can't tell you. Can't tell you that. So there is some, I mean, let me come back for 1 second. I gotta blow my nose. So I think the idea here is Armin is... This point in the plot needs to be a catharsis. And you need to feel good about having reached to the top of this. And I think it would be good if there was more tension dramatically getting here. So the idea of fixing the bridge should be quite strong in the player's mind as they approach here. And having that be a focus, even as early as here, is kind of important. So I did have a cutscene that I was planning on a little earlier today that's been sitting here for ages, of the Hunden interacting with the Martin, telling them what to do, and then leaving off stage left as you enter. So then you have to go through here, you come out the other side, and then you follow him where he left to go this way. And then from here, it's like, okay, maybe there should be... That would be cool, Chartle, but I would need to think about how this works. I've actually had this problem so many times in the game's development cycle where, you know, there's like one path here, there's one path here, there's the bridge. And the question is, for Armin to solve his bridge problem by coming up from the bottom, if he's entered this way, to solve the problem, there needs to be a button or whatever, an interactive thing that is probably on this side of the bridge. Because if it's on this side of the bridge, or if there's like a way up without triggering the bridge, why would he use the bridge at all? Like, there's no need for it to be there if Armin can get up and leave. So he has to end up on this side. And the thing that he needs to do needs to be underneath it, because if it's above the bridge, he might as well have just done it in the first place. So it kind of needs to be a thing that's here that then he can come back over once he's fixed the bridge and then cross normally. That's only accessible from below. That's kind of like the only logical way I think that works. And yeah, if we want someone jumping down and stopping him, that's fine. And maybe the reward is you get to cross the bridge. But then I would need basically an arena here. That's the only thing. And right now, that space sometimes you drop ladders or cogs to create shortcuts. Yeah, but I'm saying you don't want a shortcut to go here. This would be a failed shortcut because then the bridge is nonsense. Like you might as well just do that all the time. Rather, like narratively, crossing the bridge needs to happen. So the thing that you do needs to be over here. Where it is right now is great. It's just from a dramatic standpoint in terms of like the scene, fighting on the bridge feels way, way, way more interesting than fighting down here somewhere. Especially because the way that you go up is kind of this, you know, perilous thing. So it feels like conflict shouldn't really be happening here outside of just getting to the button, to the switch. I mean, we can chase him. Yeah, like the bridge is just cool. We need the bridge. That's just staying. We need to fight on the bridge. But maybe let's just think about this a bit more. I can think more about their plan. So Armin, I mean, actually, where we're suffering right now goes back all the way to here. So like right now, let's just cover the plot really quickly. In the second day of chapter 1, Armin leaves home on his way to the Athenaeum. The Athenaeum is this place here. So on his way to the Athenaeum, he has to cross through this little mountain sort of hillside up the foothills. He passes by the watchtower where Wilhelm is supposed to be watching over all of this stuff, but he's kind of complacent, and that's whatever. He gets to the bridge, and the bridge is supposed to be open, available, but it gets locked off. Now, the way that I have it right now is Armin confronts Martin on the bridge, but it could also be something where as you walk up, you know, as the scene loads, they like lock it off from you, and then Armin never meets them in the first place. He never knows why that was the case. He just goes, wow, the bridge isn't open. I wonder why that's the case. I guess I'll have to go another way. The tension here, though. So then, okay, let me keep recapping. So then we go all the way down. We find ourselves in this enchanted shrine, this crucible where we learn all these magical abilities. We interface with this voice from beyond. It powers up the sword. We use the sword's abilities to scale our way through the mountain, arriving up from underneath the chasm to where the bridge is. We are able to hit the switch and then cross the bridge and go to the Athenaeum where we're supposed to go. That's Armin's path. On the way, or as a side, there is a plot that Armin is not aware of, not a part of. It's just happening on the same day, where the Hunden are mounting a raid on the human town of Orenstead, where Armin is from. And over the course of the day, Armin spots or comes across signs of this happening, this preparation, but signs that he wouldn't recognize. So it's really, why are there Martin all the way this far into the foothills. Like, they shouldn't be here. This is like human territory. What are they doing here? What's all this excavations going on, and how has it been sort of recovered by them? Who is the Marten are quite disorganized. So like, you see the Hunden kind of directing the Marten. It's like, what are they promising them? How do they get the Marten to take on these orders? And we find out that the Hunden are, well, I can't tell you this, it's a bit spoilery, but basically the Hunden are staging an invasion. So the way that I had it in the past, which I liked, was that there was an ominous feeling that Armin started to have towards these Hunden that he's passing along the way, but that he doesn't say anything about, because there is a quest earlier on where there's this thing about dogs not being allowed in the tavern, and it's a bit prejudicial, and it's just a normal dog, but like Armin might be a little bit conflict averse and thinking, I don't want to be rude to these Hunden, these dog men. I don't want to assume that they're up to no good just because they're not human, kind of thing. You know, there's this like very sort of conflict averse thing he's going through in his head. Don't want to be prejudiced, don't want to be, insensitive. But he's clearly ignoring, like, these guys are sketchy. So that's how I had it before. If Armin fights one, as cool as that would be, it kind of throws it out the window, because it antagonizes them super duper early before the bad thing happens, and it releases all of the tension, because as the players, we know Armin knows something's up, something's going on that's weird here. So that can't really be. Hey Spectra, how's it going? It's almost like if it was getting dark here and he was in shadow, if the Hunden was just like a shadowy figure, that would almost be better. Like if I literally just take the character and tint it so that we don't really see who we're fighting. That's cooler. That's like this is chapter 1 still. Well, this is the thing, because of the power of dramatic irony and storytelling, I can show the player a cutscene that doesn't have Armin in it to show you that the Hunden and the Marten are working together, but Armin, the character doesn't know. I think I'll just tint him down. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Armin just gets attacked on the bridge. Maybe he even brings up that they're a Marten, and maybe Harriet says something like, they're harmless. They're not dangerous. Like, don't even worry about them. They couldn't organize themselves in 300 years or whatever. I guess what that would do is it would mean I would have to do a background for this scene that was like a late evening. So the scene kind of looks like You know, like that. Hey Namu, thank you so much for the sub. This like Donkey Kong Country Returns kind of like thing. It's hard to draw. But you know what I mean. So like something like this, where it's like, who is that? Who goes there? You know, that could be interesting. But we just don't know who he is. He is wearing a hood. And it would also be kind of cool if you never actually finish the fight, if it gets kind of ended a little short. Maybe there's a fight and Armin runs away from it. This sounds quite complicated to implement. This is the writing theme from Zelda Breath of the Wild. So, what do I think of this? What does it change? It makes it so that Armin thinks he got attacked by a random stranger. It adds confusion, but does it add deniability? Does it make him not want to talk to anyone about it? I had this idea of maybe like Armin closing the bridge off on the other side. So like they're fighting. Armin ends up over here and pulls the switch and he ends up on this side. They sort of just swap over the conflict. Ooh, there could be a moment where the bridge gets triggered. Maybe he switches the thing and you have to do like a really big jump to cross back over. If you break the bridge, then that's no good. That doesn't work because it still technically needs to be crossable. There's the threat later that needs to be there, that the Hundin will cross back over it. Yeah, I like this idea of Armin fleeing from the situation. That's pretty good, and not telling anyone about it. Maybe he even... Does he sneak across? There needs to be some sort of cowardice here. In fact, this is probably one of the biggest moments in the game where if Armin was a hero, it would break the arc. It needs to be a moment where he's not a hero. So maybe we just don't fight one here. I think it okay. I think I've decided to take it out. It's such a shame because the trouble here, the thing that's really important here, or not important, but the thing that works so well about this is that if you've been fighting all these enemies to get to this point, you've made your way all the way up. You've stolen abilities from enemies. You've learned to use the abilities to platform. You've done all this stuff that's really good. And then you get put into a situation. Hello? Hey, why did that not go? And then, anyway, you fight this character who has the abilities. So like it's like from like a gameplay perspective, taking the story out of the equation for a second, this is like a pillar of the game's gameplay that I'm showing you in chapter 1 that will carry through the whole game. This idea that you use abilities to platform, you steal abilities from enemies, but there are some enemies that use those abilities too, in ways that you do, and that fighting them means stealing the abilities multiple times while parrying the enemy. It's as like a, well, if I'm being like super honest, I think as a showcase, it's awesome. But at this point in the demo, we're a long way in. It's a long period of time. So I'm almost concerned that maybe it's just too much for players anyway. Like they might not be able to do it because it'll just be too hard. Or just might not get it, what they have to do, without the game hand-holding a little bit. I still think that there should be a fight here though. It could be something like the tutorial fight where the time slows down. I do have parallaxing on the y-axis, yeah. It could be a situation where like sort of you do one, there's like a moment that you have to do that's like a quick time event, and then you just exit out of it. You just Armin like uses an ability to dash across the bridge while it's getting closed again or something like that. Well, this isn't the thing. Is this isn't the last boss in the demo because I've got the other boss fight. I've got Harriet's fight, which is like, you know, its own thing. It's not very nice, is it? Oh, it's hard. So yeah, I think someone was not quiet in the library. Hey, Glyco, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I mean, definitely the Hunden being just like an enemy that shows up. But yeah, I mean, the whole point of the Hunden is that it's an enemy that has multiple abilities and that you have to steal back and forth from. If I had a different enemy that was not the Hunden, that just happened to be, like I have a giant spider, we could put that back in the game. That was by hand, that animation. So like we could have the spider be a fight that's like down here or something over here. We had a bit of a boss fight we were thinking about putting with like a bunch of Martin that you fight. That is a thing we could have done. We could have the fight with the Hunden be here even. But my feelings playing the demo last was that I wanted it to be shorter. So maybe I should just be thinking a little bit about that. It's really, this is one of those things where when you have a project this big, it's so easy to lose sight of what's important. Like for me, you know, I look at, oh, sorry. For me, I look at all this, right? And I'm like, these are all the tasks I have to do. I have to spend my time doing tasks. But actually, getting to a point where the demo is sendable to someone is the task. And if the task means cutting half of this stuff, then I don't have to do all this stuff. But like, how do I know which tasks I should be doing and which I shouldn't be? I guess that takes us to play testing. I think it's time to bring the alpha back. Actually, I've been wanting to do that this week. Well, the game is playable now. And the Hunden is easily disableable. He's just not there if I don't want him to be there. So maybe it's time. There are a bunch of things that currently are not set up very well in the game, and it's mostly the oh, no worries, BG. Yeah, it's mostly side quests. So maybe we just get those in the game, so that they're in right, and then we can just move on. Let's do that, side quests. Well, that's all we did. Discussion. Be right back, pals. We back. All right. So there is one thing we can do really quickly that I think might just save us some energy. And it's to do with the equipment system. So right now, that's fine. If we go into this, that's not fine. So why is this not fine? It's not fine because the position of this dotted thing is off because it's using world space and we've zoomed in and the scaling is not on. Well, it's incorrect. So we're going to find out why that is really quickly. Hey, Warner. So, dotted outline, pretty straightforward. What's going wrong with it? Dotted preview dot position equals. Now, the problem is that when we fire this up, this, I think what it's doing is it's saying, hey, this dotted outline, its position is the position of this square, which is right here, minus some fixed amount. And that fixed amount is in, I guess, it's not in local space. It's in world space. So when we zoom in, the world space distance is not the same. So how do we get around that? We could make it so that it's never needing to add an offset because its position is always locked on the top left of whatever it is it's drawing against. That would be the easiest thing to do, and then we wouldn't have to do anything. We just leave it as it is. So looking at this dotted outline, it's actually being drawn top anyway. That's where it's being drawn. It's just not being drawn at the hovered accessory dot transform dot position. So hovered accessory is the accessory listable, which is, unfortunately, it's this grid. Okay, and the position of the objects on the grid are all center based. All their pivots are centered. Now we can say instead, we could change it by saying, okay, let's instead place them at 0, 1. That's their position now. We have our grid layout group. we take all of these and revert the pivots, that'll put the pivot there. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all I have to do. Then I can just remove this dotted offset. Forever. Forever. It didn't create an issue before. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not great. But let's see if the dotted line is any better. The dotted line's fixed. We fixed that much. So now we need to do the same thing with the position of our hover option. So this arrange pointer, its pivot needs to also be 0, 1. Let's see if that works. Not quite. Game system pointer transform position. Oh, that makes it hard. Oof. Oh, we could just do this instead. That's probably the same. Nope. And in fact, the hovering thing is going to be wrong forever. It's just going to be wrong the whole time because it's centered. That's not very good either. We could make it so that the hover option. Well, hang on a second. Did that even? We got hot reload on, but I don't actually believe that compiled. This is Pigstep from Minecraft. I don't believe that though. How did the rectangle get placed anywhere other than the hovered position of the object that we're looking at? Because that's what I've just told it to do. Set a range preview. Hovered accessory.transform.position. There's only one reference. It only gets called once. It's weird. Position goes there. I mean, pretty straightforward, actually. Unless I'm missing something from here. We'll go back through here and we check these here, 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 here. No, they're pivoted at 0, 1. Unless their positions are off. But that's the pivot. That's where it's positioned. So the arrange pointer is I mean, we could do this to it. 0, 0. I don't think that makes a difference. It's more the pivot that we care about, right? Doesn't matter how it's aligned into the grid, but whatever. Yeah, confused about that. In any case, our pointer. Hey, Blaine. Tips for 2D platformer game. If you're struggling to do anything, start with references. Look at other games that are similar to what you want to make and try to learn how they create their assets. So pointer, when we set position, we're basically saying, hey, like, our position is the position of the thing that we're looking at, and our size is the size delta of the thing that we're looking at. T being the current rect transform, that's fine. And then our position and rect transform, our position and size delta of our rect transform is just lerping from one position to the other. And we're using target pos dot position to get that. So this get position from focus is what we would use to figure out where that center point is, or corner point. And what this is doing is it assumes that everything is centered. That's a bit of a flaw. One thing we could do is get the bounds of the thing rather than its position and size delta, and use the bounds position, or the top left of the bounds, or whatever it is, or the center of the bounds. That would make it a little bit easier to ignore inheriting different anchor setups for different focuses. So focus dot get focus area. This is going to give us what? A rect transform. We could say get world rect dot center and make that the position. And make that the size. That way we would be kind of just ignoring its actual transform setup. And of course that gives us nothing. It's terrible. Maybe we just say rect instead of world rect. Try again. And that gives us nothing as well. Great. Fantastic. Where even are you, bro? Off in no man's land. Okay. Huh? Oh yeah, this is size. Oh, you're totally right. Thank you. Still not right. Hey, Lily. I still think we're wrong here. It's a bit unfortunate. kind of back where we were. If we can't get the middle of the rectangle, well, I suppose we could create a rectangle where we say hang on. Could do that, and maybe doing it that way makes it in whatever space we've determined it to be. No, already doesn't work. I thought that was clever, but nope. And by doing it this way, perfect. So that's so strange that position and center are so far apart. Just with these values, just that throws it completely off. Look at how far away center is. (24:24). Position is 0.3. I guess because size is in canvas space. So we need to multiply it by like 0.01 in this case to get the equivalent. And even that's wrong. I guess I'll just leave it. Like, Jesus. It's just easier to do it this way. And then... oh, I'm already multiplying by 100 here. I wonder if that's doing anything funny. Because center includes that extra 100 multiplied. In any case, we're back to this problem where I don't know if there's an easy way to calculate it. Unless we take on the anchor orientation, but that doesn't seem right either. Yeah, we're trying to do that, Elzak. So like the problem is right now, everything's fine. If the pivot of the focus area is in the, is in the center of the thing, right? If the pivot's here, it expands just fine. But in this case, we were trying to put the pivot on the top right and then scale it so that we could do this correctly. And that's great. But now the pointer thinks that the position's here. So I was thinking, okay, why don't we just take the position and size of this thing, get the bounds of it, and rather than set the pointer's position to the position of the object, set it to the top left corner of the object or whatever. Sorry, set it to the center of the calculated bounds of the object. So this here, these corners should be set to the center of this rectangle. And then the size can just scale up to the size of this rectangle. You would think that that would be easy, but it doesn't do what we want. So you would really just replace this with with that, right? You would think that that's all you'd have to do. Get the center of the rectangle rather than the position. But that does not work the way that you would want it to. Switch up to the config to be the same, as in change the anchor position so that if it's 0, 0, go to 0, 0. If it's 0, 1, go to 0, 1. Yeah, the thing I don't like about that is, and it might not be a big issue, but there would be a snap when you go from one thing anchored one way to something anchored the other way. In the moment where you're snapping, that lerp that it's doing between the two would be confused about what it's lerping between, because you're changing a major property of it. You're changing how it's calculating what it is before it starts the lerp. And then it's lerping from something that it wasn't previously looking at. Well, we could do that. We could do that. That's getting a little bit... I mean, yeah, that will work for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable approach. So I'm just looking at the difference between rt.rect.center, rt.rect.position, and rt.position. Rect.center gives you 0, 0. That's not even close to what we would want. So maybe what we want to do is set it to... If I'm doing it this way, not this here. If I'm doing it this way, it would be, well, RT position. Is there a bounds on rect transform? Wait, the normalized position? Oh, hang on a second. Anchor min. Anchor. You could take the anchor min and the anchor max and get the middle of them. Or I could just ask GPT. Get world corners. Really? An array of corners? Seems fishy. It might be right. The position of the pivot of this rectangle relative to the reference anchor point. Anchor max, anchor min. That's normalized. We don't want that. Pivot. Size delta. Local position. Parent, position. Rotation, up. Or to local matrix. You know what? GPT might be right. But this is the size of the rect transform relative to the distance between the anchors. The normalized position. That's not right. Offset max. The offset of the upper right corner of the rectangle relative to the upper right anchor. That's not right either. Anchored position. It could be that. But that's relative to the anchor reference point. I don't think that's right either. I think it might actually beget world corners and divide them. Could you believe it? Yeah. All right. Well, GPT, you're up. Actually, I might use this extension. That's a cool idea. Where does this get saved if I call this? Oh, no way. I'm just going to put it at the bottom of pointer and then move it. What's the problem? We already have one. Okay. Get world rect. Okay. I've already been here. Someone's been cooking here. Cool. GPT is pretty good. Like, if we're being serious about it. Hey, it works. Hey, it works. Hey, it works. Damn. It is creating a bit of a garbage collection, right? Because it's creating a new memory every time. Is that the problem? I mean, it's 4 points in an array, right? Maybe we could have some sort of static something. Yeah. So then let's just not worry about it. Let's just not even think about it then. We're happy. All right. So the only thing was that the Ensign Mastery menu, not Ensign Mastery menu, equipment menu. We needed to undo that to that. That's correct now. Oh, baby. Cool. Now the only problem is this stretches. See that? See that the way that it stretches out like that? I don't know why that does that. I think I want the preview. Set arrange preview. Arrange image.color. Arrange image. Size delta. I think I'll just set native size, right? Done. Nailed it. But what I'd love to do is offset the local position just a little bit, like 2 pixels. I do think it should be offset slightly. I just am going to run into the same problem I had before. Nice. That's good. But I want to go -4. Maybe up and not away. I like being able to see the sword underneath it when you select it like that. Cool. It looks bugged because the top part clips. Do you want it to be drawn? Well, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't really clip. You reckon I should just put it like 2 pixels lower? It looks okay to me. It just doesn't look very nice because of the sorting order. Maybe we would put it above the pointer. So the pointer lives at... Where does the pointer live? UI 2000? That's pretty high on the sorting order. Okay, well. I don't know. I mean, I could get rid of the rectangle. But I think you want to see it. Maybe it's too much. Maybe the offset's just too much. Maybe it's like 2 pixels instead. I don't know. Like everything that's on screen right now makes sense for it to be there. That's the tough part, because you have selected this object from here. So you need to know where your pointer is. That's this rectangle. Then you need to know the size of the object. That's this rectangle. What we don't do is I don't let you select from here. I probably should do that. So like if you select from like the toe, it anchors it to the toe or whatever. We could expand the dotted preview by 1 in every direction. Or even 2. But I guess we could hide the pointer. I suppose so. Well, okay, sure. All right. I think you're right, Gouda. Well, then maybe we'll just take it away, the offset. It doesn't really need to be there if it's not adding any value, so. See ya. It just looks kind of weird that like nothing happens, but it's okay. So now the question is, whose responsibility is it to hide and show the pointer? And how do we make sure that that doesn't break somehow? It shouldn't be a global thing. Unless it's just always re-showing itself. Well, because if the menu gets dismissed while it's hidden, is it just gone forever? Pardon me. I think whenever you invoke it, it enables itself. Yeah, but who forces to reshow? You know what I mean? Okay. Anyway, when we set focus, maybe is there an option to just hide? Maybe I just need an option for hide. Pardon me. Just like that. Just turn it off. And it'll turn itself back on next time it's told to do something. So then we can go to the equip menu. And then when we do our range state, we can just say pointer dot instance dot singleton. Nope. Is there no pointer singleton? Okay. So we just always tell it to hide while we are in the arrange state. Perfect. The problem is, yeah, when we exit out, we need to show it again. And actually, it's gone. We close, we open. Luckily, it comes back. But this is bad. So we need to show. We do that. We do that. Force refocus. Nope. Try that instead. It did work. Okay. I just feel like there's not enough feedback when I press the button and it shows me this. I don't feel like I'm getting enough. I feel like the lift gives me something. That does something that I like more for some reason. And I would even go further. I would take it 4 or even 6 pixels higher. Maybe we could give it a shadow as well, so that when it's here, you see it. You see that the same thing, but darker underneath it. And I think we need some positive feedback from the sounds. I don't mind the clipping. That doesn't bother me at all. You're talking about the clipping this over that? I don't think that's a problem. I just think it looks like it's... I don't know. It just looks like it's above. Because you're not going to see the dotted preview expand. That's the thing. Well, we talked about a 45-degree lift before. I don't think it paid off. I started with top left, and I think it just looked a bit awkward. You still kind of need to see it relatively where you're going. Yeah, darkening, not a bad idea. It's just a bit much, I think. Also, I might just take that sword and just move it a bit more to the center. I think it's just the icon as well. Oh, gee. Well, we can give it at least 100 pixels because we know we've got the extra 4. So maybe we just try that. Like that is much better. And also, I think entering the arrange state this is more like a move sound. That's better. You want the lift to like shift upwards? I suppose we could animate it. Like, boop. Yeah, it's possible. I don't think for the demo that we need to go that far. I think we're beyond that. I know what you mean. You mean like move it from A to B over time. Let's just check this out, see if this looks good. Pretty reasonable. Maybe the white dotted line's just a bit tacky. Who's dad? Portrait? Oh, you mean at home? In the home. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, what else could you be expected to do at this point? It's not bad. There's still a little bit of meh here and there. Maybe a little bit more, what's the word? Skeuomorphic with the selection outline could be something. Actually, that's something we could do like right now. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hey, CoPixel. I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, that's all good. Like, what did I call that game? It was called Throneless. And then it was the dialogue. The dialogue in Throneless was beautiful. This dialogue text frame. Man, wow, I love this thing. I would almost go back to this project just to make this text exist again. It's this thing that I'm looking at. So the idea would be to bring some of that here. Hey, Rumo. Well, we'll have to be very careful. We don't have many pixels, so we're talking about like this much. It's very, very small, but it might be functional if I do something like this. If I make it just like a little bit thicker. And let's actually bring these all in by 1 pixel. Something like that even. Just something simple. It mightn't be good enough. Let's try it. Oh, I definitely bring myself down in scope as well. A lot of the time, like I kind of forget what my options are. It's a little bit tight. I'd kind of want it to be bigger than the thing that it's drawing on by like 2 extra pixels if I was going to do this. I also think like the outline's just like a little strong. I'd make it a little thinner, I think. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I could have hated it, but I don't. More like that. And then I need to inflate it basically by a few world pixels. Well, that doesn't look very good. Try again. Yeah. The other way could be to flip the way that it's like right now. I'm trying to be a bit cute by having it kick out. Well, first of all, let's add some size to it. Oh, that actually did work. And I would go maybe another, like a 5th pixel or a 6th pixel. I think the little kicks are a bit much. We could simplify it and only do them on the on 2 of the corners or something like that. Feels sus. It's a bit sus. Sussy kicker. Yeah, I almost think it should just be identical. I thought I could do something fun. Yeah, the simpler I go, the better it looks. I think. I still want to do one of them be more complicated. We're going to have like something like this on it. We'll do the kicks. I'm just gonna... Oh, thank you. We're sort of getting into intrusive territory here. Thank you. Yeah, I like it too. It's how I like to do everything. Maybe keep it solid. It's hard to do without a lot of space, you know? Wingy bits. Could come in like one more pixel. I like that. That's starting to look like what I think I want. Oh, let's try it. Not just yet. Too much. It's too much. Oh, I liked it so much, but it's just too much. It might be the outlines, or maybe we get rid of the bottom right one and then it's fine. And then I'm going to take away some of these inner lines just to simplify it, or just soften them. Yeah. Doesn't work. Don't think it works. It's so distracting. It's so strong. We could seriously limit the outline. Make it lighter, stuff like that. I mean, it was just a white rectangle before. I think we're getting closer. I could remove these all together. No, that's strange. It's not too bad here, but if I was going to do that, then I feel like I would need to do we're coming back to to the beginning again. I don't hate the idea of it being ultra simple. It almost works again. I think it almost needs to just be a little more confident. It's almost like it's fine, but just like go harder on it. And maybe there was a suggestion that like maybe it should just be the top left and bottom right. I'm not against that either. And just push this further. I'm not sure what that looks like, but hello. We could start going into color details. No, I think it needs both. Unless we do, there's one other thing I would do. Maybe even it's too strong black. How do you create a player on scene? I have mine in every scene. Yeah, I don't like this as much. I think the corners was the right idea. All 4 corners. But I think these ones can be significantly smaller. Maybe 1 or 2 each. Could make these 2 bigger. I'm gonna need more space again though. You all think no flare. Oh, that's a shame. It seems like you all agree. Not even that. That's looking weird, isn't it? I'm going to try one more thing with this. There is another thing that I do, and it's in the modal. This. Not that. This. Why not 4 simple corners? I don't know. I'm just trying to do something cool. This is in the game. Not this one. But this is. It's a bit more Spartan, you know? We could use all of these colors. So what do I do here? It's like I've got this. And then I'm doing like this thing into this thing, into this thing, kind of zipping around. I could even consider coming in and not even having the corner be there. Something like, almost like that. They do it in... something like that, I guess. But then there's no crossover. The player's state data. That's correct. I just reinstantiate the character. It's so complicated. So complicated. Why not just... I don't think I can simplify it in this space. I don't think it's going to get any cleaner. It's not going to look any better. I think we're just at an impasse here. Creatively, we're kind of stuck. Nah. Nah. I'm just about to give up on it. Unless we go like way harder on it. If you're wondering why I'm doing this, it's kind of just like an exercise in brand building, really. Oh, hang on. No, I feel like the more I do that, the more I end up with, well... Nah, it's going to be too much. For sure, it's going to be too much. And we're getting distracted now as well. We're getting way off course. Of course. Like, what happens if I do that? Let's just play. Nah. All right, you win. Simple corners, no more. Make them white. Be done with it. I love making things a little bit more, you know, I love putting extra effort in. But if we're not getting what we want out of it, no point. And then let's shrink it by 2. Let's shrink it by 2 more. Maybe we remove the outlines as well. We'll come back exactly where we started. Oh, God. Yeah, it's okay. I'll leave it there for now. So we were trying to do something and then we got sidetracked for like an hour. What a time suck. There was a couple other things to do with this menu that I needed to fix. One was arranging things. So you can see here, when I select this, it sort of like semi-grays out the selected square. But the way this works is all of the items are placed on their top left square. So when we selected from here, see it grays out the sword. When we select from here, it grays out a white square of nothing because it thinks we've selected it. On some level, it understands we've selected the sword. On another level, it thinks we've selected the item that is in this space, which is nothing. There's nothing in this space. The sword is technically here and it extends across. So what we need to do is when we gray out something, we need to gray out the actual thing that we've selected. So when we go into arrange, equip menu, arrange. So here, we say hovered is the hovered accessory. And there's something here where we need to color. It's this. So selected accessory equals so hovered, which is wrong. It's actually the item at the index that is hovered. So doing that means, how do we do this? When we try place accessory, I don't think we need to do that anymore, but I used to do it. What are we doing? We're trying to get the accessory at that index, which is this, but now we need to get the accessory listable and how does that work? Oh, that's an hovered accessory. Is a listable. Dot accessory is that. Oh, it's the data set on the list view. Okay. So I think I need to do a query here. So like, and actually this will work first or default because it's always going to go from the top left to the bottom right. It's a little cheesy. I don't love it. Is there a better way to do it? Oh yeah, actually there is a better way. It's game system dot data dot gear dot accessory dot equipment. What? You're wrong. Dot equipment. First or default. And equipment is a bunch of vector2 ints. Oh gosh. Not easy. I want... So if... contains value. No. Contains key. Hovered. Dot accessory. Dot ID. Then and this is a listable that this gives me? Yeah. So it's, oh my gosh. Anchor listable equals hovered equals. Did I miss one here? I think I just can write gear. Yeah. At okay. Whew. All right, that'll work. That's technically the correct way of doing it. Yay, it worked. So technically now, when I click this, it knows that I'm selecting the sword, even though I'm not selecting the leftmost icon. The next thing we want to do is switch the hover state so that the actual focus is the base of the sword. Or, well, it's not going to matter. So yeah, we want to do that. So we want to say like menu controller dot set focus. Menu dot set focus anchor listable dot focus. So what this is going to do, it's not great. We need to remove the transition, but it's correct now at least. True, true. And I think silent here should also mean instant. Here, silent is a variable here. When we set up the pointer, hi. We can do that. Yeah, it's pretty normal to feel stupid. I feel stupid all the time, still. Usually the reason why is because you'll do something and then later on you'll realize the thing you did was not even like in the right ballpark, or like you needed it to be so different, but you didn't know that you needed it to be different, but you just didn't have the foresight to know. But also there's if you're learning a language, there's this thing that happened to me a lot, which is I can't visualize the thing that I'm supposed to be understanding about this thing. Like learning recursion, like a function that calls itself, I would just be like just there's just no way of like conceptualizing it at first. You're like, okay, this thing passes itself to a thing below that, but then where's the, like for me it was like data structures that had a root. Like, okay, I'm building a tree. The tree has a root, but also is a node, and all of the nodes are also, the child nodes are also nodes, but they're not roots. So is the tree a data structure that's an object, or is it just an emergent property of the fact that there's all these nodes connected together? Like, do you need a tree object, or you just have a node that's got children that are nodes? Like that was like, I just didn't get it for a long time. And traversing that, it's like, what? How do you traverse a linked list? What is stuff like that was just like, the thing is, programming is just full of trivia. It's full of like little heuristics that once you learn them, it's fine. But before you know them, you've never come across them in your life. Just like very specific logic. Hey, Elvalilian, thank you so much for the sub. Yo, for those of you who don't know, Insignia is available to wishlist right now. I should probably mention. Check it out. What? Go ahead and click that button. Yeah, it's also like there are so many little gotchas in programming that you just don't like. You just won't. You don't have any context for how to. What's the word? Hang on a second. This is supposed to be true. Let me see if it goes all the way through. Like best practices, you'll get a certain part of the way through and then you'll be like, oh no, I should be thinking about how efficient something is. I need to think about how much memory I'm using or how many clock cycles this takes to traverse this thing or whatever. And you'll start obsessing over like efficiency, and then you'll start thinking about data structures a lot. Oh, should this be a stack or is this a queue? And like 90% of the time, 99% of the time, it's a list, you know? And yeah, lists are less efficient than arrays, but like, it's just better. Just don't worry about it. Use a list, you know, because it just like materially will not affect your experience. It just makes it harder for you. So that was a true and then a false. Oh no, this is definitely going to consoles, for sure. This might be a bit weak. Let's try that. Nice, nailed it. Now I just need to make it so that the thing that you were last interacting with is the thing that you're still interacting with. You know what? I might also not want to hide it. That's all right. Or maybe we just... It's fine. It could be a choice. I think I felt ready to put Insignia on Steam at the point when I understood that, you know, I think I want it the other way. When I knew that the brand wasn't going to change. Like, I know what the game is now, and the way it looks is the way it's going to look, and the mechanics are the mechanics. You know, there was a lot of change prior to this. So we want to remember in the equipment menu, the local anchor pos. So when we do this, is the index of I think I'm storing these as a list. Yeah, so it's this, but it's in a function called okay. So offset equals minus that. Harvard minus anchor listable. So then try finish arrange. When we do that, we say not this, we say do we use this? What do we do now? Okay, current index plus offset. And then listable accessory listable L equals get accessory by grid index ind, and then we focus L. Huh. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm reselecting the original thing that we had, I'm reselecting the grid index of the grid that, so like this is 2 spots away from this. The item is technically here. So when I click this button and I go down and then I press it again, this is what I want to select. Not this, which is what I had been selecting. So I'm kind of just like cheating. You can see it move there. I'll do it instantly so it doesn't. So it doesn't look weird. Nice. Perfect. Nice, man. No, that's no good. I think I know what this is. I think that's not an item. I think that's the cursor. Or is it? Ah, that sucks. It actually did assign the sprite. Well, first of all, when I select this, I learned it a little bit at university. Any games that inspired Insignia? Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2 and Tactics Advance. The Tactics Advance series. Also Iconoclasts and Owlboy as well. So like I can arrange from here. I can select from here. That's fine. But if I select this, I think what I want to happen is for the whole... No. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, let's go get some other items and see what we would expect to happen here. I mean, that's kind of what I would expect to happen. Maybe I would want the visibility of these to be inverted. I would want the ring to be opaque and the sword to be transparent. Maybe I would want the sword to tint red in this moment and the ring to be fully opaque. Like I'm about to overwrite the sword with the ring. You would think the sword would go fully opaque and every item that could be overwritten goes transparent or something like that. But that, like in an empty spot, it works well to be transparent like that. Yo, pals, just getting a phone call. One sec. So, yeah, like this looks fine. Like this, where it's like it's transparent because it's not in yet, and I don't know what's going to happen. It's like I'm proposing, hey, why don't you might put this there, and then when you click it, it goes solid. That's pretty good. But this, I don't know what to do with that. It looks kind of weird that way. This comes back to like there's one alternative where instead of selecting an empty spot and then picking a thing to go in that spot, there is the concept of selecting from the list and placing the thing that you selected from the list in a slot. That was the other way to think about this. So like, rather than clicking here, you flip these so that this is on the right and then this is on the left, and you go down the list and you pick Reckless Pauldron. You see this little 4 blocks and you go, oh, okay, that's going to go in a 4 block space. I have a 4 block space there. So I click Reckless Pauldron and then I shuffle to where I want it to go, and I press confirm. Definitely more natural. The only thing is that I don't love about it, unfortunately, is that, well, it kind of muddies the, like this view right here, where you have your loadout and then the description of the loadout on the right. To me, that feels like, even if this wasn't the description of the item, but like maybe there was like some sort of overview of like the stat upgrades you had, that feels like the correct view to review what you've got. And the choice to pick something feels secondary. Like in Elden Ring or Dark Souls or whatever, when you load into the equipment page, it looks like this. You see all of your gear, and then you pick a slot and you replace that slot with something else. But in that game, everything is one slot, so you don't ever have to worry about this. No, the character's appearance doesn't change. It's just here. So this would be a screen that people would come to show off their game. They would say, oh, when I play Insignia, I do this. This is my build. People do it in Elden Ring all the time. Well, it is chaotic, but it's also like the way that the community plays that game. r/Elden Ring. Like, when you go to the Elden Ring subreddit, it won't be... You have to wait till someone shares a build. Yeah, like this. Is my build bad? It's this screen, right? Not presently, but I am looking to work with those team members again very soon, as soon as I can afford to pay them. Yeah. So this is kind of like, people see this and they go, oh yeah, you've got that, and you've got that, and you've got that. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Without this view, it kind of gets a bit weird. Imagine just seeing like a list of items. That's kind of much more boring. Whereas this is... Yeah. So I feel like we're prioritizing one or the other either way. Yeah, it's not about communicating all of the info. It's actually just about showcasing the images. That's literally it. It's literally, here are the icons for all of the things that I am currently equipped, and these are the pretty sprites that belong to them. That's like priority 1. And priority 2 is, here's my inventory of all of my things that I could be selecting to place into this spot. It's just a bit awkward and uncomfortable in this moment right here where it's like, oh, I want to place this pauldron here. Oh, it doesn't go there. Oh, well, shit. Now I got to go and remove something so that I can go and get the pauldron to put in there. That's the only thing that's not great. You know, you go here and you go, oh no. Like, it'd be great to be able to just shuffle the space over by 1. Maybe I let you do that. Maybe when you press the button, it doesn't just go. Maybe it goes into a selection mode if you press it. It goes into this mode. Unless it fits already. We could do that. So like, if I'm here and I pick this and I press OK and it doesn't fit, it goes into select mode. It goes into arrange mode, basically. Yeah. That's pretty good, actually. Well, there is an indication of the fittable items. It's the little squares. But you can't see them until after. And that's the other thing, is like, the alternative would be show them on the right instead of the description of the items. Possible. Where I show this as the default view. So you see the 3, 1, 2, 3, and you go, oh, there's the sword. I'll put that here or whatever. Let me see if I can get this working. One sec. So picking, do picking state. Yeah, we could do a toggle as well. Now it's a bit tough because we're actually only passing back a succeeded bool, and here it could be that you fail or succeed. Well, no, it's okay. If succeeded, exit, else. Can I do that? Is that all I have to do? That'd be nuts. Nah, automatic is never the right way. It's you never ever want to do something for the user or the player. The problem here is that there's now two situations. You could either want to replace something or you could want to arrange something, and there's no obvious distinction. the player would need to press a separate button to do it. I mean, we can auto fit, but like, what does auto fit look like? This is not, the thing is, this is not like a loot game. So it's not like you pick up 20 things and you have 60 slots and the things just go into the slots and then you just chuck them out when they're done. This is more like you're playing Tetris, you know, you're trying to be very careful about what you do. Well, right now, the way it works is you can just, in fact, let me just try and see what happens. There was one other thing. So if I tried to pick the pauldron here, it doesn't work. Yeah, okay. So you can arrange or you can place, but you can't go from picking to arranging without placing. So you have to, that's quite a big jump. That's much higher than I expected it. That didn't go very high. That went way up. So you can, like, I could pick this and just replace it with something else. And if I pick the pauldron here, that's going to replace the cravat. And I think that's fine for it to do that. In that moment, it's like, of course. Does it do it everywhere? That's so strange. I guess because these are too tall, and so the offset is higher, maybe? Are there boss fights? Yeah, of course there are. I guess the images are also center aligned, so we could offset them. No, they're not. It is way more complicated than expected. It did take a while. I don't have a release date yet. Wait, so why are they offset so high? I mean, surely that's not going to make it. Wow, it still does it anyway. Interesting. So it's not the offset. It's something about how we're placing it. Oh, is it to do with the... Hang on a second. It's the arrange pointer image, which is not set up correctly. There we go. This was fine. damn it. What? Wow, that really wants to be 16. I wonder why. And why is this positioned here? What is that got to do with anything? I've done like, I don't know, 60% of the game, maybe, if we're feeling generous to me. I don't understand where the range transform dot position equals position. How did it get so lost? Like, what is this? Oof, and that's actually 0, 0. Let's hope this works. Hey, Sony Sins. How's it going? I mean, I would kind of understand it if it was like dead center, right? Oh, but it's being arranged right now. So we got to take away this +6 pixels and then that'll be there, which is the center of that rectangle. Okay. Thank you, Sony. Hello. You look so pretty. Look at that skirt.
Yeah, I bought it.
Look at that. Okay. So we could just offset it. But also, when we set the position of this thing, system pointer transform position. System pointer transform position. Well, we could say like hovered accessory dot transform dot position. Hey, there we go. But then it's not going to move nice and pretty. So let's instead whoa. Am I showing them? Look at that. Isn't my wife cool?
Look at that. That's cool as fuck. Look at it.
I'm looking. It fits. It suits. Is your wife batty? Batty?
What?
Batty, because it's like a bat.
I am batty.
You are a bit batty. Hey, it works. Okay.
My wallet is batty too.
Your wallet is batty too. She likes bats. Batwoman. So, I mean, I don't know. The UX isn't perfect, but it's not bad, I would say. I think like if I knew I wanted the pauldron, if I'm here, right, and I'm like, okay, what have I got? Pauldron, it would be nice to but I mean, even this, oh, Ampharos. Even in this situation, like, what would I do? You know what I mean? Like, you can't like shift the thing over. Maybe you could, but like, I'd have to do like a sweeping search. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you have to do. The end. You know? I feel like that's just it. You can rearrange without having to replace. And I think that's the most important thing. It's fine. I'm happy with it. I don't want to do any more work on it. Oh, that's loud. Okay. Gosh. These things just take up so much time. This equip menu has probably taken up a stray 3 weeks of my life for no reason. But I'm really happy with how it's gone. So, okay, let's do Orinstead Underground 1, locked chest contents. Let's quickly just take that and figure it out right now. We're not going to spend too long on it, but I think I know what this means. I think this is, and I think I already solved this. It's when we're here, there's a chest here, and the chest has an item in it. And the item is what? A health orb. It's not Trello. No, it's Figma. But I've built my own little Trello inside of it. I think for all these accessories, I need to kind of think of it like as being a situation where half of the time you get the accessory, half of the time you get the recipe for the accessory and you have to go build it. Or maybe even most of the time you get the recipe. So here you get like a health orb. That feels like a little too easy. I don't think I want to put that there. I think instead I want to put maybe one of the thing is, I want some of these things to be bought from merchants as well. The determination band, maybe? That's really good. Maybe it should just be like a rare material. Or it could be a recipe for a determination band. For now, let's put the band in there. So you come over here, you're like, I can't open this chest. Come over here. See ya, Lily. Good luck with the pregnancy. Well, that's no good. Armin's like, it's a determination band. I think when we do the zooms, we have to disable any zone cameras. Hey, it's going okay, Enigma. If either we are not in bounds and we don't meet the air condition, if it's not the case that we're in bounds and we don't meet the air condition and we are triggered, then we can de-trigger. Can we just say like, this I don't understand. If we're not in the bounds and we're not, oh, okay. What about just like, or in cutscene? Damn it. How do I de-trigger it? Wait, does in cutscene even work? Oh, hang on a second. Armin? Not Armin. Whoa. Sequence player? Sequence player. Uh-huh. Wait a second. Camera. Main Insignia camera rig. And then we go to the camera stack. And the top stack is... Oh, it's literally not even... Wait, zoom sequence camera is the top camera. And this... just zooms in and out for Armin's sake. But it's not a cutscene camera. That's why it's not working. I mean, what do we want to do here? What do we want to do? Do we want to call this also a cutscene camera? Do we want to search for it also? It's not a great test, is it? What is this? What is this? This is anytime we're in a cutscene, I mean, I could just say if the system sequence player on, or I can say if the player controller doesn't have control because of a camera or a cutscene. If a sequence player is taking control of Armin, or the other way to do it would be if there's some other camera that's trying to set the position. So this zoom only camera, we could just say, well, it's not a zoom only camera, it's a cutscene camera on Armin. That's the other way. We just don't do that. Or we have a separate camera that's just called the Armin camera, and it just always focuses on Armin, and it's a cutscene camera that's locked to his position. That's another way to do it. Okay, well, lots of options. What's turning on this fixed sequence camera? When we zoom in and out of the levels, I see. And these are set from stuff that's way off in other places. Okay. But also, these must be being set from that cutscene. Ah, because the cutscene zooms in. Got it. Yeah. Wow. This is a lot of... There's a lot of like, well, this does this and that does that. Therefore, this does this. Man, it's not obvious what to do here. Other than just having there be a cutscene camera on Armin that gets triggered when we get a new item. Currently I am. At the moment. So this actually creates a brand new item sequence. So what we could do is put an engine, a camera on the engine, and have that camera's position always be, oh yeah. What? Oh, okay. Something like that, I guess. Hey, Oki. So then I need to go to the game engine. I need to create a new camera that's a cutscene camera. I need to make it be connected to nothing other than just sitting under this thing. Create empty cut Armin cutscene camera. Make it a cutscene camera, put it on 000. We're going to make its auto size 1.35. And we're going to make this a normal move at 0.5. We are going to go to the game engine, and when we find this empty space we just created, there, we're going to grab that and click it there. Okay. Let's see if that works. Hey, first try. Nice. That was amazing. That was easy. And then this can just go back to the way it was. Let's try it in a couple of other use cases. Okay, yeah, sure, because we don't. Yada, yada, yada. All right, all right. Because I've already got the sword. It won't be like that in the real game. Cool. Okay, that's great. You want to see some more gameplay? Quick playthrough. Blah, blah, blah. Off we go. Whoops. Left that lying around. I got to take that out. It could, but I kind of like being able to box it around like that. Anyway, that's a bit of gameplay. Oh, thank you. I think it's in a really good spot. I think the game's in a great spot right now. Like right now, really good spot. There's a couple of things here and there that I'd tweak, but in terms of like just the way it moves and flows and the inventory and everything is just like, yep. I don't know what that bump sound is. We should be hearing the pages turn, but anyway, we'll figure that out. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. I'm really, really happy with where it's going. Feels good. Music's great. Everything. Palpatine, I gotta go. It does look like a game. That's how I feel. Those are the words that I use. This looks like a game. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. If you want to see this game come out sooner, please go ahead and wish list it. That is the most important thing you can do to help me out. Because it lets publishers know that people want to play my game. So if you haven't done so already, please go for it. I gotta go. I'm going to raid somebody and we're going to get out of here. But I'll see you tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's Wednesday. I haven't really been streaming on Wednesdays recently just because of how busy I get with other things to do with the business around the game. But we'll see how we go. I might stream tomorrow if... Oh, Carbs is on. If things are going well for me through the day. Thanks, pals. All right. Will it come out on macOS? Maybe. Not out of the question. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.